She what? Then she would just give her aye or nay. Okay. She voted yes. Any opposed? Do you have all the votes, Valerie? No opposition. Okay. Everybody okay with that? All right. Number 8, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I second it.
All in favor? Good evening. Today is Tuesday, April 28th, 2026. We will call the meeting to order. A roll call and excused absences. I have an excused absence from Councilwoman Cunningham, who is traveling. Do I have a motion to excuse?
Yeah, motion to excuse Councilwoman Cunningham due to work.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Please rise for the invocation. Chief Andreas.
Bow your heads. Dear Lord, thank you for the opportunity for us to come together as a community. As we come in to discuss the issues in the city of Cibolo, I ask that you cover our meeting with grace, with honor, and as well as with professionalism. Dear Lord, I pray that you will help our elected officials as well as our community to speak with great thought tonight as we discuss issues that affect our community and the people who live and play here in Cibolo. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Chief. Now, we would like to do the proclamation for the month of the military child, brought to us by Mrs. Cabrero. And is the Tiggs family here? Okay. Read by Councilman McLaughlin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Proclamation designating April 2026 as Month of the Military Child and April 28, 2026 as Purple Up for Military Kids Day. Whereas the City of Cibolo will observe Month of the Military Child during the month of April 2026, and on April 28, 2026, Purple Up for Military Kids Day to honor military families and their children for the sacrifices they make and their unconditional support of our armed forces. And whereas nearly 2 million children in the military families face unique challenges, including frequent moves and family separations, these remarkable young people demonstrate incredible strength and courage while adapting to new schools, making new friends, and supporting their families. Service to our nation. And whereas the City of Cibolo, along with the Texas Education Agency, are committed to ensuring military-connected students are supported in our schools and various programs, as our men and women in uniform focus on the challenges and missions they face in the line of duty. And whereas in the month of April, citizens can show their support for military children and appreciation for their strength and sacrifices by wearing purple, which represents blending of the colors of the 5 branches of the armed forces. Now, therefore, I, Carol Latimer, Mayor, City of Cibolo, call upon all citizens of the City of Cibolo and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the month of April 2026 to be the month of the military child, and April 28, 2026 as Purple Up for Military Kids Day. Military kids are essential members of our community who deserve recognition for their strength and sacrifice. In witness thereof, on this day, 28th day of April 2026, with a seal of the City of Cibolo.
Is it signed?
Not yet.
This next proclamation is very exciting. This proclamation is for the Eagle Scout recipient, Parker Gilman, provided to us by Mr. Bruce Winter. And I'm going to get to read it. This is a proclamation honoring Eagle Scout Parker Gilman. Whereas the rank of Eagle Scout is the highest achievement in scouting, requiring dedication, leadership, and service. Whereas Parker, a member of Troop 512 in Schertz, Texas, earned the rank of Eagle Scout on October 20th, 2025, and was recognized at his Eagle Court of Honor on March 28th with numerous honors from national, state, and local organizations. including a United States flag flown during the combat mission. And whereas Parker demonstrated outstanding leadership through his Eagle Scout project at Steele High School in Cibolo, Texas, constructing and restoring planter boxes to support agricultural education and provide meaningful outdoor opportunities for students, and whereas Parker is a dedicated student at Steele High School, active in the Future Farmers of America as a chapter officer, and committed to agricultural studies and future services. And whereas Parker serves his community as a member of the Cibolo Youth Advisory Council and was awarded the Good Samaritan Award for his quick and responsible actions in assisting a citizen in distress. And whereas Parker is widely recognized for his leadership, service, and commitment to improving his community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Carol Latimer, do proclaim that Parker is hereby commended for achieving the rank of Eagle Scout and for his outstanding dedication, leadership, and service to others. And be it further proclaimed that he is recognized as a role model whose actions bring great credit to his community and inspire others to serve. In witness thereof, I set my hand and cause the seal of the city to be affixed on this 28th day of April 2026. Thank you. Okay, the next proclamation is for National Public Works Week, brought to us by Mr. Gomez and read by,
Ms. Roberts.
Ms. Roberts.
Yeah. National Public Works Week proclamation, May 17th through the 23rd, 2026. Rooted in service, powered by community. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Cibolo. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest of the citizens, civic leaders, and children in Cibolo to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2026 marks the 66th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by American Public Works Association, and be it now resolved, I, Carol Latimer, Mayor of Cibolo, do hereby designate the week of May 17th through the 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Week. I urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies and activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protect our national health, safety, and advancing quality of life for all. And witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of state to be affixed this 28th day of April, 2026. Carol Latimer, Mayor. Can I say one more thing? The Public Works Department was part of the rodeo that was taking place over in Converse, and we did have 4 of our Public Works employees that placed in the top 20, 1 through 20, which it's an accomplishment for them and their training and dedication that they have for maintaining our city's infrastructures. So thank you, guys.
Congratulations. You wanted to... Now, 5D, the National Police Week, brought to us by Chief Andreas and read by Councilwoman Brown.
All right. Proclamation declaring May 15th through the 21st, 2026 as Police Week. Whereas there are approximately 800,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the dedicated members of the Cibolo Police Department. And whereas since the first recorded death in 1786, more than 27,345 law enforcement officers in the United States have made the ultimate sacrifice and been killed in the line of duty. Whereas the names of these dedicated public servants are engraved on the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C. And whereas in 2026, 363 new names of fallen heroes have been added to that National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial, representing officers who died in 2025 as well as earlier years, whose sacrifices were newly confirmed. And whereas with these additions, the memorial will contain 24,775 names honoring fallen officers from across the nation. And whereas the service and sacrifice of all officers killed in the line of duty will be honored during the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund 38th Annual Candlelight Vigil on the evening of May 13, 2026. And whereas the Candlelight Vigil is part of the National Police Week, which takes place this year on May 15th through the 21st, 2026. And whereas May 15th is designated as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of all fallen officers and their families. And the U.S. flag should be flown at half-staff. And now, therefore, it be resolved that I, Carol Lattimore, Mayor of the City of Cibolo, on behalf of the City Council, staff, and the citizens of the City of Cibolo, do hereby proclaim May 15th through the 21st, 2026, as Police Week in Cibolo, and publicly salute the service of law enforcement officers in our community and in the communities across the nation. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand this 28th day of April, Cara Lattimore, Mayor.
Sorry. Okay. Citizens is number 6, citizens to be heard. This is the only time during the council meeting that citizens can address the city council. It is the opportunity for visitors and guests to address the city council on any issue to include agenda items. All visitors wishing to speak must fill out the sign-in roster prior to the start of the meeting. City council may not deliberate any non-agenda issue, nor may any action be taken on any non-agenda issue at this time. However, city council may present any factual response to items brought up by citizens. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Remarks may also be addressed to any individual member of the council so long as the remarks are about matters of local public concern and not disruptive to the meeting or threatening to the member or any attendee, including city staff. Any person violating this policy may be requested to leave the meeting, but no person may be requested to leave or forced to leave the meeting because of the viewpoint expressed. Citizens who want to submit written comments to be read during the citizens' comments portion of the city council meeting should include their name, address, and reason why they are unable to attend the meeting at which they want their comments read. Comments must be submitted to the city secretary at citySecretary@cibolotx.gov no later than 2 p.m. prior to the city council meeting. All comments received that include the required information will be provided to the mayor and council and may be summarized or read at the meeting at the discretion of the presiding officer. This meeting is live streamed. Moving on to item number 7, the mayor's follow-up. I have the Union Pacific sidewalk across the railroad track on Main Street. Oh. You know what? I want to get home early, I guess. I don't, sorry about that. My apologies. Some days you're good and some days you need help. I would like to, at this time, call Vincent Trefino. My apologies, Vincent. Good evening and welcome.
My name is Vincent Trefilio and I live at 412 Stonebrook Drive. I am currently a sophomore at Steele High School. I am a student athlete as well as a student council member, an FFA member, and the FCCLA Region 5 president. I am here tonight to ask for our community support for the upcoming SCUC bond. I have attended SCUC schools since kindergarten, including Cibolo Valley Elementary, Jordan Intermediate, Dobie Junior High, and now Steele High School. This bond will directly impact not only my future, but the future of every student in our district. As a student athlete, I have seen firsthand how impactful upgrades to our district stadium would be. We need more seating, a new scoreboard, and improved safety features. We are a high caliber district, and our facilities should reflect the same standards we hold to ourselves as athletes. As an FFA member, I have also seen the urgent need for improvements to our ag barn. Our 2- and 4-legged family members deserve better facilities. FFA students dedicate countless hours from early mornings to late nights caring for their animal projects. We would also love to see our CTE programs in animal sciences, welding, and floor design brought up to the same standard as Clemens with much needed facility upgrades. As an FCCLA officer and student council member, I've experienced the need for improvements in our classrooms, culinary spaces, and fine arts programs. At Steele, we navigate around trash cans, collecting water when it rains because of roof leaks. We need reliable facilities. Our fine arts students also need new and updated classrooms, equipment, and instruments. Through volunteering at elementary campuses across the district, I've seen that many playgrounds are in need of repair and upgrades are needed so younger students can learn and play safely. I am also the son of a local first responder, so safety is very personal to me. This bond would enhance security measures across our campuses, helping to protect students and staff. As a former Dobie student, I can say it is in desperate need of a campus refresh. I've had classes in portables and seen Lake Dobie every time it rains due to poor drainage. These are real issues that affect students every day. Even more so, there is a deep need for paint, flooring, and more. These are just a few of the projects included in the bond, but all of them are important and all of them need your support. I am asking our entire Cibolo community to come out and vote yes for the SCUC students on May 2nd from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Thank you for your time and your support.
Thank you, Mr. Trifino. And now Veronica Goldhorn. Good evening and welcome.
Mayor Latimer and council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all this evening. My name is Veronica Goldhorn, and I reside at 27823 Bogan Road in New Braunfels. I'm here today regarding the SCUC ISD bond election. I'm a volunteer representing Students First at SCUC ISD. I have been a part of this community since 1969. I attended Schertz Elementary, O. Henry Middle School, it is now called Corbett Junior High, and I am a graduate of Clemens High School. I am also a proud educator, retired educator, serving in SCUC ISD for 30 years. I am here today to ask you as Cibolo residents and voters to support the SCUC ISD bond election currently underway. Election day is Saturday, May 2nd. There are 3 propositions on the ballot. Proposition A, general facilities. Proposition B, stadium facilities. And Proposition C, technology devices. After participating in facility tours, it became clear that many of our campuses and facilities have not seen meaningful updates in decades. In some cases, it feels like stepping back in time to when I was a student and attended these schools. What I saw firsthand included aging paint, flooring, lighting, roofing, and restrooms with persistent odor issues despite our custodial efforts. Plumbing problems, including backflow issues at Dobie Junior High. Overcrowded and confined spaces for students. Students playing on dirt surfaces and outdated playground equipment. HVAC systems up to 17 years old. Just this week, 2 Corbett Junior High compressors went out, and so students were without air. These conditions impact both our students and our staff every day. It is difficult to take pride in our facilities when we see what they are working with. We can and should do better for our students and for future generations. I encourage all Cibolo residents and registered voters to participate in this bond election and vote yes for kids. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Abigail Simon. Hi. How are you? Good to see you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Abigail Simon. I am a member of the 2026 Leadership Corps class for the Chamber, and I am here to listen and observe and just gain more knowledge, so thank you for having me.
Thank you. And she's a champ member. All right, Miguel Vasquez. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Well, good evening, Mayor, City Council, and city staff. Thank you for having me this afternoon. My name is Dr. Miguel Vasquez, and I presently serve as president of the Shirt Cibolo Cemetery Association. You may know that the Texas Historical Commission, State of Texas, has recognized the cemetery as a state historical landmark. So we're very proud, and we want you to be very proud of our Texas historical marker that we have there at the entrance. And it's there for everyone to see in the area. So having the designation that we have, we've been very busy trying to improve the landscape, the green space, because we want it to be a nice area for reflection, for respect, and also as an educational venue. So one of the things that we just completed in terms of a project that we had out there, excuse me, was we installed some interpretive panels throughout the cemetery. So each of the panels has a different topic. I think Ms. Roberts has come out and seen them as well. And so it's a different topic related to the history of Cibolo and the area. So these are the things that we want to do. We want to bring the kids out, trying to get to see if we can get some field trips coordinated out there as well. So, so our next project that we would like to complete, hopefully this year, is to have a veterans and community garden. So we want to have that also at the entrance. We'll have an honor walkway. We do want to honor, of course, the veterans, but not only the veterans, their wives or husbands, and the kids. You talked about the kids today. So we also want to have their names out there as well. So, so in closing, one of the things I also want to do is be able to collaborate with the Cibolo Historical Committee as well. Because we have that cemetery, you have a very nice cemetery right across here with St. Paul Cemetery. So you have a lot of famous old Cibolo people there, as well as shirts. And so, so we want, and of course, there's a lot of smaller cemeteries as well that have a lot of the names of also a lot of the founders, founding families of Cibolo as well. So right now they may be maybe not well kept at this point, and that would be a good project for us and the local historical committee to work on. All right, and I'll leave you with the brochure, if you don't mind, our latest brochure.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
And last but not least, Parker Gilman. Good evening and welcome again.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. First thing I want to say is great presentation. By the way, great presentation. I agree with everything that you said, by the way. Back to what I was going to do. I want to sincerely thank all of you for everything you do for our city and community. Your hard work and dedication make Cibolo such a great place to live, and truly appreciate all the effort you put into serving others. I am grateful for all the opportunities you have given me for volunteering and being involved in the community. Those experiences have taught me so much about leadership, teamwork, and service, and they have helped me grow as a person. Thank you as well for recognizing me with an award for earning my Eagle Scout rank. Becoming Eagle Scout was a very important accomplishment in my life, and it meant a lot to have that achievement recognized by the city. I will always be grateful for that honor and support. I also want to thank you for allowing me to be part of the CYAC committee for the past 2 years. Being involved in that has been an amazing experience. It has helped me learn more about leadership, community involvement, and local government. I truly appreciate the trust and encouragement you have given me. Thank you again for all that you do for the city of Cibolo, and for all the support and opportunities you have given me. I am proud to be part of such an amazing community. Another thing before timer runs out, like Vincent was saying, our ag barn is horrible. Last year we had to put new heaters in for the swine because they didn't work. The sand is horrible. The bathrooms are horrible. The ceilings, he's not lying. There are buckets lined up down the hall full of water because we have holes. They're not big, but I'd say probably that big that just leak water constantly. The bathroom's always shut down because they're clogged up, just like that lady was saying, like Dobie. Same thing happens at Seal. I mean, please vote yes for it. We need it. If we vote yes, the CTE program will get so much bigger. We'll get a whole nother thing outside just for CTE. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I will move on to the mayor's follow-up. I would like to say that 7A, the Union Pacific sidewalk across a railroad track on Main Street, when I was running and after I was elected, I said that I would leave this on my agenda and speak about it every council meeting to let people know that we have not forgotten and that it is one of our top priorities. 7B is the follow-up on the regional drainage in the Saddle Creek Ranch area and the FM 1103 area. Hang on. I had brought this up prior to the May 20th rain event. I wanted to bring it up again and be more specific with the titling on the agenda so that it was clear that this was about regional drainage in the Saddle Creek and FM 1103 area. As many of you know, there was a significant rain event that closed down 1103 in 3 spots. And so I want to just reiterate what I said back there, that I wanted to take a moment to explain a question that I've raised about the stormwater and drainage in our community, particularly in the area around the Saddle Creek Ranch and FM 1103 crossing. First, I want to be clear about I'm not an engineer. I respect the work that professional engineers do when they design drainage systems for new developments. And each development that comes before the city includes a drainage study prepared and stamped by these licensed engineers. And from everything that I can see, the developers we review appear to have met the standards that apply to them. And my concern is not about whether any single project followed the rules. I'm questioning, the question I'm raising is about something larger, how multiple developments interact within the same watershed over time. When we look at the developments such as Saddle Creek Ranch, Cibolo Farms, Grace Valley Ranch, and Legendary Trails, several phases from these projects appear to drain, or they actually do drain, toward the same tributary system before the water eventually passes under FM 1103 and continues downstream. But those are not the only developments in the watershed. There are also other subdivisions upstream that were approved by different jurisdictions where the city of Cibolo did not have the platting authority. Those subdivisions may also contribute runoff into that same drainage system. Our platting responsibility, the city of Cibolo's platting responsibility is to ensure that subdivisions we review meet the required drainage standards, and each project demonstrates that through its own engineering analysis. However, when several developments across multiple jurisdictions feed into the same tributaries, it raises a broader question. Has the entire watershed been evaluated together to ensure the system remains safe as all of these developments build out? Because when multiple tributaries combine within a watershed, it is a common practice to occasionally or significantly review the cumulative assumptions as development progresses. And it's important that leadership, folks like myself in this council and our city manager, raise the question when multiple systems intersect. Because the city does not control the entire watershed and does not have the resources to conduct a full watershed scale study on our own, my goal is to work with our staff to gather the stormwater information we do have and bring it forward to the appropriate regional and federal authorities. In other words, we can say, here's the drainage information from the developments within our jurisdiction. Can the watershed authorities work with our other jurisdictions to gather the remaining stormwater reports and take a comprehensive look at the entire watershed basin? That would involve partners such as the county, FEMA, the Texas Water Development Board, or the regional floodplain and other regional floodplain entities who have the broader role of evaluating watershed conditions across multiple jurisdictions. So the goal here is simple: to make sure that as our region grows, the systems that protect our neighborhoods and infrastructure continue to function the way we expect them to keep everyone safe. Now, to say this, boring stuff, right? Except on Friday when we couldn't get our kids from school or get home from the grocery store to eat our ice cream before it defrosted, or worse, right? So as the mayor, I want to speak clearly and confidently about the unity with which our shared purpose exists between City Council, this body, and the City Manager's office and our dedicated staff. We are working together on a mission to ensure that Cibolo continues to grow. Our connectivity and our quality of life have to be resilient. They have to be forward-thinking, and they have to be safe. The City Manager's office put out a statement about the May 20th flooding, which included things like we're actively requesting support from our regional partners, including TxDOT, ACOG, the Texas Water Development Board, to advocate for critical flood mitigation. And to our staff's credit, Mr. Al-Hadid has got paperwork processed through and approved for our stormwater study through our Region 11 or 12. I can never remember. 12. A Region 12. And so we are making progress, but I just want the citizens to know this is something that is very important to me. You're to all of the individuals. Every single one of the council persons on this dais had to deal with the flooding on FM 1103. We know that it impacts your life. It's important to us, and we are moving forward to make sure that we have solutions to improve those safety standards. So thank you for listening. All right, so 7C is discussion update on council evaluation process for the city manager, the city secretary, the city attorney, and our municipal court judge. So I wanted to put this on here so that if you have any questions, you should have received an email with a login from Express Personnel. Did everybody receive that? Yes, but it won't let me in. It won't let me in either. Is anybody else not able to log in?
We received a notice from Tracy Beacom that was taken care of.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. Ms. Talpin and her team have made the self-assessments have been sent out, and then we should be, I will receive a report back from that, and then once I compile it and look if there's any kind of glitches or weird things happening, then I'll bring it back to council. Does anybody have any questions? No, we're clipping along. Okay. And I will be putting this on each agenda so that if you do have questions that you want to ask in the public or have any issues, I'll continue to bring this back. All right, moving on to item 8A, consent agenda. All items listed below are considered to be routine and non-controversial by the council and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member so requested, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered as part of the order of business. 8A is approval of the minutes from the council and PZ workshop on April 2nd, 2026. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve 8A as written.
I have a motion in a second. Thank you. 9A, staff updates, discussion presentation on overview of building inspections, services, history, scope, and highlights on the benefits of building inspections. Mr. Matt Hansen. Good evening. Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Oh, the mouse. And then come down there to the PowerPoints. I'm sorry. And there should. There you go. Nice. Okay. Here. And then you can go to presentation mode. That's all you. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Matt Hanson. I am the building official in the city of Cibolo. For most of the council who weren't here when BB Inspections Services was hired back in 2022, tonight's presentation will serve as an introduction to the BB Inspection Services team and detail the partnership of City of Cibolo and BB Inspections, covering where we started, what we've built together, and the impact this partnership continues to have on the community. Quick roadmap for the presentation. We will go through how this partnership originated, the transition period, where we are operationally today, and finally some financial context and a few highlights that I think council will find meaningful. So, the partnership began with a competitive, transparent process. In 2022, the city issued an RFP and ultimately received 5 proposals. After interviews, BB Inspection Services was selected and council approved a professional services agreement in June of 2022. That contract runs through September 30th, 2027. Before BB Inspections came on, there was a backlog of over 120 residential plan reviews and 2 multifamily apartment complexes. Now, that's not counting the numerous commercial reviews as well that were just sitting out there waiting to be reviewed. Within the first 6 weeks, the backlog was eliminated. The multifamily reviews were completed, and we established key performance indicators that have guided operations ever since. This slide gives you a visual snapshot of where the permitting office stood in June of 2022 when we walked in. It's obviously significant, and this is a problem. This is the problem that BB Inspections was brought in to solve. Not pictured are the 2 100-pound plan rolls of the compartments, and they had a sticky note on there. It said, "For BJ," which is my boss. I'll introduce you, but they were just waiting for him, and they were already months behind at that point. On October 1st, BB Inspections officially went live as the city's full-service building department, not consultating on the side or just performing inspections, but running its day-to-day operations, including full-service, in-house building official responsibilities, myself, as the code authority, and permit processing and fee transactions. Every building permit, all fees collected are funneled through the building department, and front counter services for the City Hall Annex. So not only are we managing our building department, we also provide front counter services for the entire building. Of course, none of this happens without people behind it. Let me introduce you to the team running Cibolo's building department. Of course, that's me up top left. BJ, our owner, behind me, Bruce Beeler, my executive assistant, Teresa Cook, and the permit technician, Larissa Benola. Our inspectors, our inspection team covers a full spectrum, health, fire, and building. Each inspector holds the relevant state or ICC certification for their discipline, providing a depth of expertise cities find difficult to replace with an in-house department of the size. Our team stands in place. With our team in place, here's what we've been able to deliver, and this is one of the slides I'm most proud of. We went from 2-week inspection turnaround time to next day. We transitioned to 100% digital processing and recording of permit applications and document management. We modernized our software platform. We strengthened our foundation codes. We updated our adopted building codes and improved contractor relationships through Codes and Coffee, which I'll get into. But these aren't small wins. We felt every one of these. One of the accomplishments deserves a slide of its own right here. It has changed how we fundamentally operate. Moving Cibolo onto MGO, MGO Connect, the transition for all of our building permits to be on the software gives us real-time customizable data on permit activity. So as you can see here, for instance, this chart reflects new residential development activity for FY 23 through 26. The visibility provides growth in trends, which is invaluable for planning and future operations. Key performance indicators. So this is how we check ourselves every day. The top right table details our contractual performance obligations or metrics, next day inspections, and clear plan review timelines for each project type. Beyond these obligations, we've developed additional KPIs to measure the quality of our front counter services and field inspection services. One of the more impactful additions is our third three-time fail tracker, which is the pie chart you're seeing here. So for instance, in the month of March in 2026, there was one house that had a plumbing inspection fail 3 times on the same inspection. And there was another house that had rough electrical inspection failed. So this helps builders identify problem children so they can cut out waste in time by either eliminating the trade or educating the trade, getting them up to speed, so where they're not having to wait for weeks for one plumber. We're also tracking applications processed, permit fees collected, and customer uploads and correspondence, giving a fuller picture of our workload and service levels on both sides of the counter. So permit technician has multiple metrics that we track to make sure they get done within one business day. So every month I meet with the city manager and we go over these individual metrics. And not only do we have metrics, but we exceed them. This data covers FY 24 to present. We consistently exceed our contracted review timelines for new home permit applications and for every other permit type. This matters to builders and buyers alike. Delays in plan reviews cause delays in construction, cause delay in economic growth. While numbers are important and do tell a good story, relationships are also very important. And this is a picture of what we're doing to build those in the city. Codes and Coffee, we launched in January 2023. It's a quarterly meeting, open to builders, contractors, anybody who's registered in the city of Cibolo to come and meet with us in the morning. We provide some tacos and coffee. It's become an effective tool, reducing permit errors, improving contract compliance, and maintaining open communication within development. These are just some of the attendees that we've had the honor of welcoming to sit down with us. And they bring good insights. We've made a number of changes to our processes based on what they're seeing on their end. So it's a great tool for both sides. Beyond building permits, the city has also asked us to take on health inspections last fall. And we've applied the same modernization playbook there. Since October 2025, BB Inspections has taken over as Cibolo's registered sanitarian. We replaced a paper-based process with digital permitting, delivering instant inspection results and sending automatic renewal reminders to businesses. We also provide health inspection coverage at city events like Cibolo Fest, which was not done prior to this. Okay, so a bit of a transition from that last slide, but now I want to shift gears to something that's been a quiet and significant, though, part of working here in Cibolo, maybe not so quiet. Home foundations. So to understand where we came from, it helps to look at how Cibolo's foundation standards evolved. This map shows Charleston Park foundation issues that shape Cibolo's approach to residential construction. It's important context for understanding why the city has taken such a proactive stance on foundation standards. After the Charleston Park foundation issues became a news story, City Council requested actions to improve foundation health in Cibolo. In response, Ordinance 1037 was signed in 2013, deepening exterior foundation beams and requiring lot-specific geotechnical reports. I'll get into that a little bit later too. A decade later, the council requested, and this is when we first got here, BB, requested that we go even further. So my team researched and developed in advance ordinances 1409 and 1410. deepening beams to 36 inches, adding damp proofing standards, and requiring post-pour elevation measurements. Each step has been direct response to protecting Cibolo homeowners. This slide illustrates the practical change in minimum foundation depth through the consultation with engineers. What was once 12 inches, which is that measurement there, so now imagine that goes down three times further. And that is the most significant change that we made, I believe, in 2023. This paired with lot-specific geotechnical reports, Cibolo's homes are being built on engineering data, not assumptions. So we consulted an engineer before going deeper. We didn't want it to be anything to be arbitrary, especially with such an investment on the homeowner's part. So we consulted and found this to be the most cost-effective method. So what's the impact on those stricter standards? This map can tell a story. So fast forward 10 years, in response to council's request for an update, Resident Foundation Health Ordinance 1037, so passed in 2013, they asked for an update in 2023. Our GIS department produced this heat map depicting 5 years of foundation permits issued. That is pretty striking. All of the foundation permits issued between 2017 and 2022, 90%, 91% were issued for homes built before the 2013 ordinance. So significant drop off in foundation repairs post ordinance 1037, which is tremendous. But council wanted more for the homeowners, and that's where we came in later with the more stricter standards.
Yeah, I want to say something about this. So I often get emails and from some of the newer houses in Saratoga and places like that that are actually having foundation issues, and it's so much more significant than just the foundation. Their entire plumbing is like
it breaks when the foundation moves.
All the whole moving around thing. And so I mean, this is serious. This is huge dollar cost to the folks. And so one of the things that I had talked to one of the engineering firms about, yes, we were talking about hydraulic foundations and whether we could even beef it up more or require more, because if you look at the red dots, they're coming, right? We have much less, right? So that's great. But I mean, really, what else could we do? And also because it's very bad for our water pipes to be broken like that and have leaks. You can cause backflow. It's really negative. So are you going to be bringing, some of this to the UDC folks and encouraging different kinds of writings within the Unified Development Code process to strengthen maybe the foundations in that arena?
So we have used the ICC method, the International Code Council method. That's where we have strengthened our regulations. And those are just as applicable and required as our UDC. So we did it here. We have not put the language into the UDC because it really doesn't translate as well. But that's good.
So it's in the building code?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
And to your point, we going through what we did in 2023 to determine what we could do, a big portion of it was diminishing returns. We don't want to enforce so many things that buyers are having to pay a premium for something that's not going to help them as much compared to the cost. So that's why we landed where we did on that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. But again, these pipes are breaking or leaking or causing contaminants to get into the water system, and that can't be good. So maybe if there was something that we did with the trenching of the pipes or something, because there is multiple of them around the Saratoga area, and they're not the pre 1037.
Sure.
Right? Mm-hmm. So, do I think it's as many? No. Do I think there's something more we could do? I don't know. I'm not a foundation expert, but since you brought this slide up, I thought I'd put that out there. My apologies about the UDC. You're right, it would be in the building code. But you know what they say about the codes, right? They're only good until we figure out they failed, and then we have to improve them, right?
We're only as good as the tools we have.
That's right.
I can look into sewer, though, see if there's something easy there, like an easy win, low-hanging fruit that we can improve on.
I appreciate that, and I'm sure the people that have had to pay for foundation and plumbing issues would also.
My executive assistant has done it twice, yes. So it strikes close to home.
Yes, it does. It's bad, it's awful.
Slab elevation, so I mentioned this as part of ordinance 1410. Added the requirement for post-pour foundation elevation baseline measurements. So after the concrete's pour, we come through and we measure where these numbers are. We measure them compared to a baseline. The top left of your screen, the reference point, we zero it out and then travel around the house to various points and measure. Now, this isn't going to tell us anything right then and there necessarily, except if there's something way off right now, we can see that. But what this is for is 10 years, 8 years down the road, if you have shifting, you can have another measurement taken, you can compare, and you can see exactly where your shifting is happening. So this isn't necessarily preventative, but it will hopefully be a useful tool in the future for the unfortunate homeowners who still have foundation issues. One of the things we do is look for drainage. Drainage, very important. It's incredibly important and is reviewed during the plan review process, so I will verify that drainage is accounted for and correct during the plan review, and then at final, we inspect to make sure that the grading is met, the 2% slope to swale is completed, and it's per plan. So we hit them on the beginning and the end.
If you could put that picture back up. I didn't know I was going to be so excited about your presentation.
Oh, good.
It's very exciting. So this picture really shows something to the citizens of Cibolo. So one of the things that we did in Cibolo is we did the SF4, or 60-foot wide lots. And we never allowed less than, or after we learned a lesson, we don't allow less than 7.5 feet between the houses, right? But a fence line to house foundation, right? This is one of the reasons why it's not just about density or that we don't think it looks pretty. It's about the just sheer humongous amount of rain we get, you know, like twice a year, but the sheer, or like all year long, like for some years, right? And then not any for 7. But this right here, this drainage away from the foundation, the drainage coming off of the roof line between the homes that can cause problems from one home to the other if that swell is not done correctly, if we don't have enough space from the foundation to the property line. All of that is one of the reasons we chose some of the building zoning classifications that we did. And so I want to say thank you for bringing the site plan drainage, what you're inspecting and what that looks like, because it does make the quality of life better in Cibolo because we have considered this. And so thank you very much for that. I just think, yay.
To put Cibolo's standards in context, it helps to compare us to our neighbors doing similar work. So sure, both cities are require engineered stamp plans and lot-specific geotechnical reports, but Cibolo's deepened beams and slab elevation measurements go further. Council should feel confident that Cibolo is a leader in this area.
That's why we're the city of choice.
Here's a simple visual summary of the 2 ordinance milestones, 2013 and 2023, that have shaped the residential construction standards in Cibolo over the past 13 years. So there's obviously going to be delay after because they've got to build, and then a foundation issue generally happens multiple years afterwards. So it's kind of, there's lag periods built in, but it's obvious that what we've been doing has made a good improvement.
Yes, and I want to say we are doing well, but we also need to continue to be looking to improve.
Yes, ma'am.
especially for the foundations and the,
All of this, the ordinances, inspections, elevations, only works if permitting process itself is taken seriously, which brings me to why permits matter in the first place. This is a real-world example of here in Cibolo. Some of you may have seen it off of Cibolo Valley Drive at one point, and why we do what we do, and why permits with this contractor had no professional designs, no information on the existing patio that's supposed to be supporting this second-story addition. So when the stop work order was put on and they applied for their permits and gave me the information that they did have, I started asking questions. Give me some engineering. We need to make sure this thing's not going to fall down. Basic standards that we hold every single addition to. We weren't doing anything special here. It's just what we do here. They couldn't do this. They didn't have the information, so they took it all down and put it back the way it was at their own expense. The contractor, I hope, because they don't have a permit. Finally, a quick word on the financial side of the partnership and how this works. The partnership operates on a 60-40 split of building permit fees. 60% to BB inspections, 40% the city, funded through the Development Services Fund. This model means the city city receives quality building development services without a general fund burden, and it reviews scale with development activity, revenue scales with development activity. So that's the structure. That's what we do. Let me close with what it all adds up. BB Inspections Services views this as a true partnership, not a vendor relationship. We're proud to serve the city of Cibolo, and we remain committed to our mission, protecting lives, health, and property through consistent professional code enforcement. Thank you for your time and your continued trust. I'm happy to answer any questions.
thank you. Thank you. All right, now we will move on to the administration update, capital improvement program, updates on Main Street sidewalk across the railroad, 1555 grants, Veterans Limits Parks, et cetera, and so on. Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mayor. There we go. First, no updates on RFPs or other requests for qualifications, bids. Staff travel, no out-of-state travel to report. The recruitment of the Public Works Director, we will be getting that out in the next 1 to 2 weeks. But I'm going to pause right there. The reason we're advertising is because Julio Gomez, who's sitting right over there, has been with us for going on 3 years, and I want to both commend him, I want to recognize him for the contributions he's made to our community in that period of time. He originally joined our organization as our CIP manager, as he reported to council at your strategic management workshop, and then most recently, the update to your 5-year CIP. He has really taken the lead on making us a premier community in managing our capital improvement projects. We've made great strides in the short period of time that he's been here. Most recently, council heard that we completed 32 lane miles for $20 million in the last 4 years, most notably the Cibolo Valley Drive and the 9 other roads. In the month of May, everything will be done on the last remaining 9 other roads that have been under construction for the past year or so. I want to thank Julio for that. More importantly, I want to thank him for leading people and helping them understand their purpose, being engaged, and knowing that they're valued because they make meaningful difference in the lives of our community through parks, facilities, water, wastewater, and streets. So thank you, Mr. Gomez. Mayor and Council, on the updates for CIP, I'll be brief. This will all be in an email. First thing I want to talk about is Cibolo Summer Nights event, Touch a Truck. That is Friday this week, May 1st, 6:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. right here behind City Hall, the Multi-Event Center. We have heavy equipment, fire trucks, police cars, Shorts EMS, and many other types of vehicles that kids love to jump on and get pictures with their parents and those professionals that might be standing next to those cars. Steele High School Jazz Band will be performing the Jazz Club performance. And then first 100 kids receive a safety vest. So kids, there's a cutoff in age there. I see Mr. Hetzel's here tonight. Maybe, sir, you might get right under that age limit. We'd love to see you there, sir. But kidding aside, multiple giveaways, and I certainly hope our community will show up for that event. No update on the Main Street sidewalk across the railroad. All the notes are here from the previous updates. The community center renovations, phase 2. Again, we are going out for procurement in May. We expect to then come back with a preferred consultant contract and be under procurement in June. And again, our tentative completion is mid-November. On the sewer rehabilitation on FM 78, it's 95% complete. FM 1103, utility relocation. This is us relocating our utilities within TxDOT's right-of-way for phase 2. The project will be re-advertised. Bids came in higher than projected. New bid opening June 1st. Deer Creek Boulevard, staff is working on closing out the package for Deer Creek, but also Green Valley Road 1 and 2 and Deer Creek. Under package number 2, these are part of the 9 other roads that I mentioned earlier. Town Creek Road under construction, but delayed due to inclement weather. It was supposed to have a second lift of asphalt on April 20th. We had a lot of rain on that day, so it has been rescheduled. The final lift of asphalt work is scheduled for this Thursday, April 30th, and Friday. So it'll just take 1 or 2 days for that final lift. And as you all know, we wait about 14 days. I'm not going to say concrete cures, but for it to settle, and then that striping is put on. Firebird Run has also been delayed due to the weather. Contractor currently working on sidewalks. Final lift of asphalt will be May 4th. And that's all, Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will move on to 9C, the presentation, discussion, direction regarding the recap of the strategic management workshop held on March 28, 2026, including the action items identified during the workshop and the products produced after. Wow. That was bright.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Let me start off by saying thank you again for spending a whole day talking about your strategic plan, the future of our community. You see, strategic leaders serve as a powerful example to others in the organization. Their qualities and traits spread rapidly to those around them, empowering people at every level to take a more active role in meeting the demands of the future. When leaders are so consumed by meeting the day-to-day demands of their business, they miss opportunities and overlook threats that are on the horizon. The City Council and its executive team used this workshop, as it does annually, to show its commitment, to show our commitment to being strategic leaders. Our annual strategic management workshop is a step, not a destination. It serves as our starting point each year to assess where are we and where do we want to go. This is the overview of the presentation. And at the end of the presentation, I'm merely asking council to give direction and take action on these 3 items. This is the same 3 items that we ask each and every year. I'm not reading from this slide and this should also be an attachment in its totality, but I want to take the time to recognize Mayor Latimer's leadership philosophy that she spoke to. She spoke to the speed of trust, strategy, clarity, win-win thinking. She asked council members for feedback. We heard focusing on team buy-in, prioritizing appropriate and high-quality end results, keeping the end in mind, creating a safe table for problem solving, leading with integrity, and advocating for the community with courage, being mission-focused, and balance between ideation and collaborative hard work, having mutual respect across all levels of the organization, listening to understand rather than just respond, reinforcing the necessity of group unity over fractions, the rules of decorum and public display. Mayor, you talked about that at the very end. And you had 4 points. Points of privilege, no interruptions, unity of purpose, and strategic alignment. And that discussion would be one of the products from the workshop. We also discussed, again, as we do each year, why is this workshop important? It's clearly about your vision, your strategies, and your goals. Number 2 is seeing around the curve and preparing our community and our organization for the future. 3 is about alignment of resources on what's important to council. I also say it's about doing the work. 4 is it's an opportunity to build relationships amongst yourselves, with you and staff and you. It's rare that we take time to have discussions that aren't transactional. What are you getting done? What are we standing up in front of council for you to approve or give direction on? And so it really is an opportunity for building relationships. And last but not least, it is an opportunity for council and staff to think about and act on the future for the betterment of our community. And I know we have discussions about should we be digital, or sometimes we like the use of paper. I do like to write down the agenda. So this is what we covered for the day. And we always check off, did we get that done? Over the next few slides, I'm going to talk about your trend analysis. This exercise is a shift from a traditional SWOT analysis, and it uses really how people think about strengths and weaknesses, accomplishments and setbacks, risks and opportunities. And so we talked about it in the sense of past, present, and future. On a later slide, I'll show how this exercise is being used by City Council to identify priorities and actions for us to be proactive with for planning for the future. In summary, the accomplishments that Council identified for the past included infrastructure, commercial development, grants, and programming for our seniors and youth. Some of the setbacks from the past: communication gaps, lean staffing levels, external development pressures, and fiscal constraints that have led to some council priorities being delayed until funding is available, or until we find a creative solution, such as grants, using different funds at the city, such as the Economic Development Fund, or applying to state agencies that miraculously can approve a $600,000 drainage master plan at no cost to the city. Under the present, we talked about, and the council identified, relationships. The strengths include improving relationships with other agencies, process improvements leading to higher productivity in our organization, which is helpful when we're operating with lean staffing levels, being proactive in planning for the future, recognizing quality staff services, progress on CIP, I had already just mentioned that recently, and then weaknesses, lack of cohesive communication and policy gaps, city website, and some examples, city website, resident engagement, and update to street pavement study.
I really think that's important, that slide where you go back
Yes,
and talk
ma'am.
about the weaknesses. We do talk about the lack of communication, our policy gaps, areas that we see that need attention. We do talk about the problems that some of you may complain about. Oh, we don't make any bones about it. We get it out there, we get it on the table, and we discuss it. And I think that's something that people need to know. We don't always, we have a unity of vision, but we may not all agree, right? There might be different ways that we're going to accomplish things. But I do think that the present weaknesses that we have are something that we are talking about. And like we did in our meeting earlier today, we addressed it. And so we want the public to understand that we're not just going through this process, the strategic planning process, for nothing. This is a good guiding tool, and it does drive conversation to solution. Sorry.
Well said. It results in actions, real work getting done for the benefit of our community to make a better quality of life for all. In the future, you talked about under risks, the recognition that state legislation is restricting local control. And that hampers our ability to provide the services that we know our residents are asking for and expecting. We talked about council relationships, public trust of government, drainage on a community-wide basis, the railroad crossings being limitations to our mobility, emergency responses, to economic development. Our opportunities, though, are also here. Progress has been made to diversify Cibolo's economy, its commercial growth. We're being proactive with growth strategies, and we're exploring new tools to better engage the community. Those are opportunities.
I think economic development is something that each of us knows has to be a priority, and how we do business retention and expansion, and how we are responsive to the industries that are coming here matter. This is where we do it. Government moves at the speed of a turtle. So having proactive, engaged legislators and members of your council and planning and zoning commissions and economic development corporation and we have a good team. We have a great team of people doing that. So it's not just the council in the strategic plan, it's your whole team and of volunteers as well.
Thank you, Mayor. So you went through a trend analysis, a SWOT analysis. So what? This is an example for the public to understand. We identified some high priorities. Stormwater management and growth and development were the two that we wanted to work on. We worked through stormwater management. This is called an exercise of problem space to solution space. And as you can see, there are 4 distinct columns. On the far left, what is the nature of the problem? Is it a real problem? And council agreed, there is a problem. We work all the way over to the right side. Well, what works? These results in actions that may need funding, so it comes through the budget process. Maybe we have the funding in place, so it's a recognition that we're going to get that done. So from this trend analysis, then, we used it to identify high priorities, and we worked on this one. We'll be working on growth and development at a future date in the course of the summer, and it will result in the same product. That was too small for anybody to read, so I'm going to go row by row. This is available floodplain data. So what do we need to do here? This has been happening on the very last bullet point, strategic communication to federal and local agencies for supporting of concerns. We've been applying for different grants. We've been communicating with state agencies about the need for more infrastructure here, but this has been happening in the recent rain event. The mayor just spoke to it this evening. I issued a city manager statement. It's recognizing that we've been working on this. This isn't a new realization because of one singular rain event. It's one that we have been working on, and we are continuing to work on to protect life, property, and our community. The first bullet point is we have been successful in securing funding to perform the city's first ever drainage master plan. And that is through the good work of our staff. Saif Al-Haddad actually put this on a state plan. They called him and said, you're one of the top 3. The top 2 are funded this year. Yours is funded next year. That's more than a $600,000 value to our community that we will benefit from. And that's, again, going back to some of the strengths that you identified, the quality of your staff that you have to deliver services. Let's move on. Under localized drainage issues, I'm just going to speak to the first bullet point. The city will be accomplishing that when we do a drainage master plan. Now, that doesn't go really deep into construction plans, but it comes up with a list of projects and a high-level opinion of probable construction costs. So we will be getting that done. Well, what do we do with that? It will be included in your stormwater projects in the city's 5-year CIP. That's where the rubber hits the road. That's where the water hits the channel. You will have funding in that 5-year CIP to get these projects done. We do include stormwater projects. We call the Town Creek Drainage Improvements and Hakerville Road project, which is south of FM 78. When you pull onto Hakerville Road now, you go down the road and there's a bridge that's about 550 feet long. That was a drainage improvement. At one point, that was a low water crossing. In both of the recent events, that bridge stood much higher than the water, meaning it could have withstood an even more intense storm. Again, that was a low water crossing. It was also an $8 million project. The bridge itself was a major cost out of $8 million. Some of that $8 million was just the road improvement. But to fix one low water crossing can cost as much as that. When you combine at multiple infrastructure improvements, a road, a sewer line, and drainage improvements. So this exercise is showing you moving from problem space to solution space, making real actions, taking real actions, and we're going to have deliverables when you start to see projects on your 5-year CIP that are intentional. And then last but not least, here down at the bottom is the maintenance. We are seeking funding and we are participating in a hazardous mitigation master plan. I'm sorry, that's a misspelling up there. It's not a master plan. And then we're using C-Click-Fix actually to track where are the drainage concerns at. That informs a drainage master plan as well as other inputs. At your meeting, you covered the operations and CIP with a focus on FY26. And then at your last council meeting, this meeting again was March 28th. At your last meeting, your first meeting in April 14th, you approved the spending for FY26. Again, taking ideation into collaborative working solutions, and you taking action to make sure that we follow through. That's just a continuation of what I just said. And I'm sorry, the title could have been changed there. At the end, I always ask council, it's about the workshop. What was a plus and what was a delta? The plus is what went well and we should continue to do. And the delta is how can I, the executive team, make your strategic management workshop more valuable to you? And so we record these and each year we make sure that we incorporate that. This is just the same thing typed up. These are the action items that I wanted to include here. We will be following up on each and every one of these. Some of them in the course of the summer, such as the very last one, scheduled time for City Council to work on growth and development. We already moved forward on the second to bottom. We will be amending the DCM around our drainage standards. That's been a work in progress. And then council asked for a joint workshop. We will be scheduling that over the course of the summer. And then the other two we're working on as well. Mayor, council, that's the end of my presentation. I'm asking for direction as shown on the slide. Every year we put the products from your workshop on the website. When you say what I present to you, that reflects the work that you did.
We're looking for a motion.
I move to approve the products from Council Strategic Management Workshop products and posting of these items on the city's website.
I have a motion.
I'll second that.
Do you need one for the follow-up items?
I do not. It's the first one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Well, was there a vote? Yep, okay.
Okay.
I know there's a second, okay.
All right, then next is the quarterly report on the use of C-Click-Fix. Mr. Beekman. guess I should.
Good evening, Mayor and Councils, Mayor and Council, sorry. Are there any questions on any of the numbers or anything on the report that was provided?
Does anybody have any questions?
I do want to note there will be some changes moving forward. You'll see some of it in here. We did restructure our See-Click-Fix a bit to accommodate cardiograph reporting for asset management and work order flow with the Public Works Department. So some of these categories will be falling off in the future, but they're still there, just they'll be a little different. So just want to make sure y'all are aware of that.
Okay, I could not understand that, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
So we changed the categories in See-Click-Fix a bit to accommodate cardiograph, the work order system that is implemented in the Public Works Department. So you'll see some of these other categories falling off. And what you'll see is parks, utilities, drainage, and streets moving forward. So I was just making you aware of the change.
So drainage and streets are the, are falling off?
No, those are the new ones. Some of the other ones, such as traffic signal issue, that will be falling off in the future. So, and it'll just fall under the streets category.
So like, you mean the number of incidences of it are falling down, are going down?
Of what you see on the reports is going to go down.
Okay.
Yes. So.
All right. And the graffiti defacement of property seems to take a long time to get, like over 60 days. The average is over 60 days. I just wondered about that.
We'll have to.
Yes, so currently right now, like Tracy was saying, we sat down with Tracy a while back to look at all the categories that we have in See-Click-Fix for the Public Works Department. With the implementation of Cartograph, we created new categories. The next process that Public Works will be working on is creating SLAs, so service level agreements for each item in there. So that way we can set an expectation on timelines of when these issues can get addressed. We currently don't have timelines set up for a lot of these processes. But for graffiti and that, our streets or drainage department takes care of those issues depending on where the location is. So we are continuing to work on improving
Okay.
those response times.
So it's kind of the beginning of the process of following through with how each category would be dealt with or scheduled.
Yes, so we can
Okay.
create an expectation so that way the residents know that for like a pothole, we'll complete that within a week. Graffiti, we'll get that to in a week and a half. So just creating those timelines so that way council has that.
Okay. That makes sense, and I appreciate that. Any questions? Okay. Thank you. 9D, quarterly report. Oh, no, wait. That's one I just read. 9E, Fire Department monthly report for March. Any questions? Thank you for providing that, Chief. 10, executive session. The City Council will meet in executive session as authorized by the Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with the attorney, and 551.07 for personnel matter to discuss the following. 10A, discussion regarding the duties and responsibility of the city attorney. The time is now 8:04. We will convene to executive session. The time is now, dang it, what time is it? 8:36, and we reconvene into regular session. No action was taken. 12A, approval, disapproval of an ordinance providing for the second budget amendment for fiscal year 2025-26.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you for consideration this evening is an ordinance for the second budget amendment of the fiscal year. This amendment addresses items that were not included during the initial fiscal year 26 budget process. Exhibit A of the ordinance details the impact of each request on their respective fund balances. Within the general fund, we're requesting an overall expenditure increase of $23,200. This includes $3,200 for the City Council budget to cover costs for the Cibolo, for the Texas Youth Advisory Commission Summit that was attended by the Cibolo Youth Council and some council members, and $20,000 for the city-initiated engineering services within the non-departmental budget. Additionally, we're requesting a $140,000 increase in the Economic Development Fund to provide for business grants recently approved by the EDC Board. And finally, for the Cibolo Public Facility Corporation, we are seeking to increase expenditures by $72,000 for the acquisition and cleanup of the property at 323 Hakerville Road. Each of these funds maintains a sufficient balance to support the additional expenditures.
Thank you. Do I have any questions?
I do have a question regarding the engineering services. If the full $20,000 is not utilized, can the remainder be placed back and returned into the general fund?
Yes, it can.
Okay. And can we, I guess in advance, can you let us know if there was an overage so we can respectfully bring that back into the general fund? The remaining amount? Can you let us know, I guess at some point, can you let us know how much the actual engineering services were so that we can?
During the budget process, we can review those numbers on how that's being spent, and our financial reports that we present to council will show how much is spent. We can definitely reallocate those funds as council sees fit at a later date.
Okay, thank you.
If they're not spent. Mm-hmm.
Everybody okay? Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the ordinance providing for the second budget amendment for the fiscal year 2026.
Motion and a second. (13A), approval, disapproval of a financing plan for the sale of certificates of obligation series 2026. Ms. Miranda.
Thank you. Item 13A for your consideration is a financing plan involving the issuance of certificates of obligation to fund our FY26 capital improvement program. As a follow-up to the 5-year CIP update provided to council on April 14th, this program proposes a debt issuance of $4.5 million. This amount remains consistent with the debt capacity calculations established last September. Joining us today is Victor Quiroga with Specialized Public Finance, Inc., the city's financial advisor, who will present the formal financing plan for your review. Following his presentation and any subsequent discussion, City Council will consider approval of the financing plan. Should the plan be approved, we will proceed to item 14A to consider the resolution authorizing a notice of intent to issue the certificates.
Good evening and welcome.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for having me here today, Mr. Reed. Thank you for having me here this evening. For the record, my name is Victor Quiroga with Specialized Public Finance. We have the honor of representing the city as your financial advisor. In that capacity, I essentially help the city with any financing needs to fund capital improvements and also pursue any refinancing opportunities for taxpayer savings. But at the end of the day, my main job is to try to get you the best interest rate possible. So today, we're going to present to you a very brief finance financing plan for the issuance of certificates of obligation. So here, the overview of the financing plan, just be mindful, we're not locking in interest rates yet. We're not actually incurring the debt yet. Basically, we're just presenting a plan to you and a timeline to move forward on this financing. Where we're asking for is your approval to continue with that process. We anticipate issuing up to $4.5 million in certificates obligation. We will be utilizing a competitive sale method. We will go into the bond market and open bids on July 14th. That evening, I'll come back to you and present those bids to you for your approval. And then that'll provide you proceeds into your project fund on August 12th. No meetings required for that. That's just done over electronic bank wire. The next slide here, these are just the common financing tools for Texas cities. The financing tool that we're utilizing here and have utilized in the past are certificates of obligation. We do not require a bond election for that, but we do and are required to provide notice to the taxpayers in Cibolo, letting them know that we're going to issue up to $4.5 million. And giving them a general description of what we're going to use for those monies. If you go to the next slide, please. Here, currently, the city has 14 debt issuances, and we call this your tax-supported, property tax-supported, or general obligation debt. This is basically a debt that was initially issued and is secured and supported by your property taxes, primarily through your interest in sinking fund tax rate. And so right now we have 14 bond issuances outstanding. These were issued for financing capital improvements or for refinancing existing bonds or refinancing them for interest cost savings. You can see there that we have 14 issuances, and the chart on the bottom, that's your annual principal and interest payments, or what we call debt service payments. So right now, in total, that's a little under $7 million, but you can see that it goes down as you're paying off additional debt. One thing that makes my job a lot easier, just through the great work of the current and previous council and the current administration, is that the city is a very highly rated city. It's currently rated by Standard & Poor's, which is an independent rating agency, at a AA+. And so just to put in perspective, when we have personal credit, which it's a number, with municipal bonds, they use a letter grade, and the highest you could get is AAA. Right after that is AA+. You're just right under perfect credit rating. And so that makes our jobs easier in terms of being able to get your bonds into the market and getting you a quality and low interest rate. So the higher the credit rating, the lower the interest rate. So we have no issues with this upcoming transaction. Here, a lot of small numbers. This is the what we call an INS tax rate impact model. This is just showing the issuances over your 5-year plan. We look at your property values, we look at your existing debt, and then we look at how can we fit in additional certificates of obligation to continue funding your CIP without impacting your INS tax rate as much. But really, what's going to dictate your INS tax rate moving forward, whether next year or a few years down the line, is what the appraisal district sets your certified values. And so these numbers are still preliminary. Interest rates are still preliminary, and also the property values are still preliminary. So we won't know what your actual tax rate will be until late July, early August timeframe. Go to the next page.
So the projected INS was 0.1878?
Yes, so about, what is
Increase.
that? Increase, yes.
Increase 0.1878.
Yeah, so.
And this is for the 2026 budget or for the 2027? For the 2027 budget.
Setting the tax rate, the INS rate for next year. The increase is not 0.1878, it's increased from 1845 to 1878. So a minimal increase.
From 1845 to 18, so, okay, now I see.
Correct, yes.
And then remaining pretty steady or stable.
Okay, from 0.0045 to 0.0078, okay. Increase.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you.
So this page here is the term sheet. Basically, this is a summary of the way the bond is going to be structured. Again, we won't be issuing more than $4.5 million. We'll be opening bids on July 14th. We'll be issuing this debt over a 20-year issuance, but there are some items that have a shorter economic life. So what we're going to do is we're going to front load some of those items so that you're not paying off an item that lasts 5 years over a 20-year term. So we're being mindful and cognizant of that and going to structure that accordingly. We'll be back July 14th to provide you the interest rate that we're able to lock in, but just like your existing debt, we'll be making semi-annual interest payments in February and August of each year with annual principal payments beginning February 1st, 2027. So we'll have time to plan and budget and set the appropriate INS tax rate for this upcoming year to schedule that payment. The last page here, second last page, is the requirements under state law for the issuance of certificates of obligation. Today, what you'll be considering the next agenda item is to approve a notice of intent resolution. It just basically states the maximum amount that we're going to borrow and the general description of those projects. It also sets a timeline in place here. Under state law, we have to publish that notice of intent resolution in your paper general circulation, in this case, the Seguin Gazette. On May 13th is when we're going to first publish that resolution per state law. And we have to wait 45 days before we could actually go into the bond market and lock in an interest rate past that May 13th day. We would then have to follow it up by publishing that notice of intent resolution again the following week on May 20th. And so after that, we'll be free to lock in an interest rate on July 14th and come back to you with that interest rate. So
And this debt issues all at once?
Yes, ma'am, exactly right.
Thank you.
Yes. So we'll be issuing $4.5 million, and you'll be receiving $4.5 million on August 12th into your project account.
Thank you.
And so here we're just looking for direction from the council with respect to this financing plan, allowing us to continue moving forward. We'll be working with the staff to visit with the rating agencies again and address any potential bond investor questions. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions, council? Motion?
Motion to approve the financing plan as presented.
Have a motion and a second. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
14A, consideration and approval of a resolution authorizing and approving publication and posting of notice of intent to issue combination tax and limited pledge revenue certificates of obligation in the maximum amount of $4,500,000 and other matters in connection therewithin. Sorry, numbers were hard this evening.
So in line with the schedule that Mr. Quiroga presented, this is step one. It authorizes publication of, and the postings on the website of our intent to issue bonds, and starts that 45-day clock.
Motion?
I'd like to, sorry.
This is what she was just talking about.
Yeah.
This is just the resolution.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the 14A resolution authorizing and approving publication and posting of notices of intention to issue combination tax and limited pledge revenue certificates of obligation.
I second that.
I have a motion and a second.
Included in your packet with this item is the actual posting that will go on the city's website and in the Seguin Gazette to notify our taxpayers of the notice of intent. Are there any questions on it?
Thank you.
Are the questions related to the technology? Or did anybody have any questions on the item?
To what?
No?
I don't know what happened. I just pushed buttons.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking? I was like,
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll see y'all.
I know it did go weird. Okay, 14B, approval, disapproval of a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application for the Motor Vehicle Crimes Prevention Authority, MVCPA. Chief Andreas. Good evening and welcome again. Oh, you're not Chief Andreas.
Lieutenant Shower here for Chief Andres. So yes, tonight I bring in front of you a resolution for the MVCPA grant. I'm here today to request council approval to submit for our FY27 Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority, or MVCPA, SB 224 Catalytic Converter Grant application. This application allows us to continue funding critical personnel and technology that directly supports our crime reduction strategies. Back in recap of 25 and 26, in March of 25, the Cibolo Police Department was awarded the FY25 MVCPA grant during the second solicitation round. In that FY25 grant, we were awarded 2 police officer positions, 1 crime analyst position, and 41 flock safety license plate readers, as well as 2 police vehicles. These resources have strengthened our ability to prevent and investigate vehicle-related crimes. In July of 2025, MVCPA required all agencies to submit FY26 applications, so all awards would align at the start of the fiscal year. Due to the short turnaround, we requested the same resources of the FY25, which was the 2 police officers, 1 crime analyst, the 41 flat cameras, just to ensure continuity and of operations and uninterrupted support. Through these grants, we have regional cooperation. Neighboring cities such as Schertz, Seguin, New Braunfels are also using MVCPA funding to build and expand their flock safety systems. This regional alignment strengthens information sharing and improves our collective ability to address vehicle crimes. What we are submitting for in FY27, we are submitting to add 1 police sergeant and 2 police officers to bring the total number of FTEs to 6, being 5 police officers and 1 crime analyst. This will bring the total FTEs to 1 police sergeant for the supervisor of the heat unit, 4 heat officers, 1 crime analyst, the 41 flock cameras, which is just to maintain continuity and the annual cost to keep them going. These resources will enhance our operations and give the police department the ability to support and proactive crime reduction and efforts. The fiscal impact, the grant offsets personnel and technology costs that would otherwise fall to the city. This grant funded positions and technologies are essential to maintaining our momentum in reducing vehicle crimes and supporting regional law enforcement collaboration. We respectfully request the council approve to submit the FY27 MVCPA grant application.
Motion to approve resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application for the Motor Vehicle Crimes Prevention Authority.
Second.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
15A, discussion action to approve the wayfinding sign service agreement between National Sign Plaza, Inc. and the City of Cibolo, Texas, and authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement. Mr. Reed, Mr. Gomez, Mrs. Samuelson. Wait, I know you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So back in September, City Council directed staff to re-advertise the contract for the Sign Plaza services. And in January 13th, City Council authorized staff to issue the RFP for the wayfinding signs. Since that time, we posted the RFP in January and had the pre-bid meeting at the end of January with the bid opening in February and conducted interviews in the month of March. We had 1 bidder, which was our current provider, National Sign Plaza, and they met all the requirements that we did set forth for this advertisement, which included the addition of 8 additional wayfinding signs for the city of Cibolo to promote municipal facilities and amenities at no cost to the city. The city will be receiving $10 per sign for this program. The city received over $22,000 from this program in FY24 through 25, and the vendor paid $9,100 in FY24 and $13,000 in FY25. So all these funds that we collect for the Wayfinder sign go back into the city's general fund. So we're seeking approval from City Council to approve this new contract with National Sign Plaza.
And will we get to see the design of the sign?
So I believe we did have a meeting with National Sign Plaza once we're done with this. So we're going to keep the current wayfinding signs that we currently have in the city. The design isn't going to change. The only thing that might be looking a little different are the ones that we get for the city, the 8 additional ones. And once this gets approved, we'll be working with the vendor to get that design, and then we can get that. We can run that through City Council if y'all would like, or we can just approve it and move forward with installing these signs.
Okay. Any questions? Do I have a motion? A motion.
Motion to approve the wayfinding sign services agreement between National Sign Plaza Incorporated and the City of Cibolo, Texas, and authorize city manager to execute the agreement.
A motion and a second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion action on evaluating safe routes to schools, including possible traffic control improvements, or conducting a warrant study for the intersection of Cibolo Valley Drive and Cove Lane, and approval of funding up to $5,000. Council Member Sanchez Stevens, keeping them kids safe.
Trying to keep everybody safe, pedestrians too. So I had brought this up back in 2024, I believe, for discussion, and I wanted to bring it back up because Cove Lane at that particular time was not open. And the city manager and I were under discussion about I brought it forward based on residents in the area who pedestrian walkers, as well as there's those who walk their children to school. And between Deer Creek Boulevard and Green Valley Road, there is no safe way to cross Cibolo Valley Drive. So I just brought this back up now that Cove Lane is open to see if there is a possibility of placing some sort of safety mechanism. We talked about maybe a three-way stop, but a crosswalk. Mr. Reed doesn't feel comfortable with just having that crosswalk in there independently away from not having stop signs there. So he would prefer to have a three-way stop. So we discussed
A three-way stop on Cove? I'm sorry if I interrupted.
Cove Lane, City, Cibolo Valley Drive, correct?
There's already one at Cove Lane.
No,
What
but
Ms.
for
Sanchez
Cibolo
Stevens
Valley
is
Drive.
saying is staff would not recommend a crosswalk on Cibolo Valley Drive without the stop signs.
Without
The study is needed to determine if there are warrants being met. Yes.
Right, so then, so go ahead, you had a,
Where else where in the city do we have a crosswalk without a stop sign? Like the one in front of City Hall here, right? Buffalo Crossing.
There's one on Cibolo Valley Drive near our
Silverwing, I believe.
elementary school at Borgfeld and Cibolo Valley Drive.
So it is
Silver
done.
Ring.
It is done.
Yes. It has been done.
Yeah, how our crosswalks historically appeared is one conversation. The way that we introduce new ones is based upon engineering studies.
Yeah, well, and like a crosswalk with a stop sign doesn't mean that the guy's not going to hit you with his car. There's no like arm that comes out, stops the person with the stop sign. So, but I think if there's a crosswalk sign with a flashing light.
I was just gonna say, something similar to what we had discussed previously, putting on Main Street that gives you some flashing light and has that walk not, that Public Works had installed right over here.
Yeah,
Because they're going to cross that street.
Yes, they are.
With or without. So we would be at least a little bit better off to have the crosswalk.
And so in the conversations with Ms. Sanchez Stevens, my comment is no one in the room was a traffic engineer, and that's what she's asking for tonight is authorization for us to engage our traffic engineer to evaluate this and come back with some recommendations.
Well, I actually didn't want to pay for the engineering because I think it was already determined before when we did something similar at Everyday Way and also at Santa Clara and Main Street that if you don't have at least 2,000 vehicles, and I had mentioned there's not going to be 2,000 vehicles coming down Cove Lane. However, there are about 2,000 vehicles, if not more, coming down Cibolo Valley Drive, and the crosswalk is to be striped on Cibolo Valley Drive. So I was just, the engineering analysis was mostly, Mr. Reed, you had felt more comfortable with doing that. I know we had previous discussion with the principal from Legacy as well, that they would be more than happy to staff an employee there if the crosswalk was close enough near Cove Lane that they could actually man someone there to help students even walk across the street, but that's a conversation we have to reopen.
No, we need to have that conversation now. If there are kids crossing Cibolo Valley Drive to get to an elementary school and the school is willing to put a crossing guard there, we need to act. I'm sorry.
So I believe there was also maybe within that same study, we had to determine the head count of how many students in order. I guess at the bottom line here is there's a lot of warrant studies, there's a lot of head counts that we can do, but here's another perspective, council, that we are a council body, and if we feel that there is a need for a crosswalk to go in this area, as a council body, we could make that determination tonight outside of those things. But if you feel that all of the spending of money for the warrant studies and the head count counting for all the students and every single pedestrian is necessary, here's what I do know. I do know that eventually Bella Rose is going to be completed. And many times we know as residents that we are always making the recommendation, why are we always reactive and not proactive if you already see the need is going to be there? It already is there now, and it's going to be there shortly in the future. Because one thing, I do notice people cross Cibolo Valley Drive, so regardless, they're going to cross it. It's just good to have that crosswalk.
Well, I know, Mr. McLaughlin, you don't live over there, over by that Cibolo Valley Drive. I don't live over there. You do. Do you see a lot of folks crossing there?
So I just wasn't sure, like, we did a traffic study right there on Cove Lane. Yeah, we did one in February. Yeah, because we had
And you're not
resident-
talking about at Cibolo Valley Drive and Cove Lane.
But it
You're
was
talking
that
up
whole,
on Cove Lane.
But it was that whole street, right? How many cars were going down that entire street of Cove Lane?
The police department placed its
Yes.
trailer on Cove Lane,
Mhm.
like we've done in other parts of the city.
So
Yeah,
then there
so-
was really no need then to do the warrant study.
But it wasn't counting heads crossing that street where you're wanting to put it. It was cars driving down
And
Cove
I believe
Lane.
this warrant study would be just for cars.
They don't care about the foot
Okay, yeah,
traffic.
it's only, we did not meet the threshold for what they were wanting.
I did request if there was already a traffic study done, and I was told that there was not.
Yes,
Julio,
so
do you have some input?
the other reason why we wanted to do it,
Can you come up here?
Yes.
Do you mind? I'm sorry. It just feels weird when I can barely see.
I was given wind that there had been something being measured and tracked, and so I had requested for that.
We did it February 13th or the 19th.
Okay, thank you.
yes, so the reason why we are
And who is
asking,
we, just real quick, I'm sorry. Okay, under whose request? Okay.
yes. So the reason we are asking to do a study is because of the curvature of the road right there at Cove Lane and Cibolo Valley Drive. It's one of those curvatures, if we put a crosswalk, the visibility for kids crossing the street, even if we put a stop sign there, it's very minimal on the sight distance. So there is another location a little bit further down, which is Stillbrook. It is a four-way stop. It could be turned into a four-way stop if the study did warrant that. That would be a safe crossing for students there.
Okay.
So, yes.
I would not do that because you're going to have people like me when I was a kid or when I was a young parent that just, you're going to cross where you're going to cross. And so, who has, okay, so we're the city of choice. There's nothing more important to the people of Cibolo than their children, getting their children good quality educations, getting their children safely to and from school, getting to the grocery store, getting home and cooking fabulous meals. The bottom line is we had the study on Cove that said no, right? So look, what Councilwoman Sanchez-Stevens is asking is what each one of us wants. Kids to get safely to and from school. How do we make it happen without having to go, because what we're afraid, I believe, if I'm hearing this correctly, what we're afraid of is that we've done these studies. We never get what actually satisfies the folks in the community. And then we're stuck with this idea that, we're not Mayberry, I know that. We're 40,000 people strong. But I don't think there's a law against us putting a crosswalk in front of a school that would be manned by the crosswalk people. I mean, Dan Santee's here, legal opinion, is there a rule against putting a crosswalk to a school?
Have to look that up, Mayor. I don't know off the top of my head.
I would say either at that intersection or the one further down, which is where the neighborhood was really trying to focus on, was the back part. So there's two ways that they can get out of that neighborhood. It's the back and that front part right there on Cibolo Valley.
Right.
And honestly, it's half and half. Like half of the neighborhood would walk to the back, half of the neighborhood would walk to the front. But I can tell you what Charleston Park wants is they want it done in that back part because that's where they want a four-way stop because of the blind spot right there. And so that's where I would see, honestly, like if we're really gonna look into the situation, that's what the residents want. That's what they've been putting in, submitting, and really
Is that
trying to
where you want
advocate
it also?
for, and then put the crosswalk back there, because then you're still crossing, because the people in Bella Rosa, they have a sidewalk to walk to Legacy if that's where they're going. It really only impacts Charleston Park. That is the only place for walking and crossing right there. That's the only neighborhood right there, because there's no other neighborhoods like.
No, there are, because residents who have their kids go to Legacy walk their kids to school, and the only way to cross the street is they have to go all the way up Deer Creek Boulevard, all the way down to Green Valley Road. But anyhow, just to make it loop it around, so that halfway point up, so it sounds to me that both are necessary.
So you're talking about like Deer Creek across the street, trying to cross over this way for the crosswalk? Gotcha, sorry. I thought you were talking about the in-between. I just looked at the map that was on here, and what's circled is that little crosswalk in between Charleston Park and Legacy. That's where that yellow circle is. So you're talking about crossing Green Valley.
I'm talking about crossing Cibolo Valley Drive.
That's not on this attachment in here. That's not what is circled. Sorry, I read it a different way. That's my fault.
It's okay,
My fault.
it happens.
Yep.
So I would really recommend, if you are gonna do this, do the study. If there is a need, and if they do the counts and see that there is a lot of kids crossing the street, safety is always a top priority, even with the traffic, with the engineer. But the reason I'm saying doing the study is because if you don't do a study and any council member says, this is where I want a crosswalk, if a kid gets hit there, regardless, the first thing that lawyer's gonna say is, well, who designed this? Who gave the approval to put it here? And we're just gonna have to raise our hand and say, well, we decided that that's where we wanted a crosswalk.
Well, there was a
I'd rather
9-year-old who
have
got
a study
hit on Deer
behind
Creek
it.
Boulevard in Rio Vista,
I would
and there were stop signs there too. So to her point, I mean, people need to be cautious as they're driving, and I don't think there's going to be like zero, even with your Warren study, and even if that was, let's say you got your 2,000 cars coming through Cove Lane, which you're not. How many cars were coming through Cove Lane? Do you remember from February? And this was my other thing.
538 per day were the average, but that's coming down Cove Lane.
That is further west,
further
east
down,
on
yeah.
Cove Lane. It
Yeah.
wasn't at
It wasn't at
Cibolo
Cibolo
Valley
Valley
Drive
Drive.
and Cove Lane. Two different counts. Yeah.
Well,
So the traffic study is to warrant the crosswalk. The study for stop sign and making it a four-way stop and doing all that is the traffic count of 2,000 vehicles. I think what you're asking for is a safe crossing for pedestrians, which is.
And students, yes.
So we need to determine if there is a need, and if there is need, yes, but after there's a need, you have to determine where's the safest location to put that
You better
crosswalk
hurry
in
up,
front of
because
Legacy.
school's getting ready to get out.
And if I could correct my.
There is a need, there's a school there, right?
If I could just
There's
add to my
neighborhoods
statement
around
earlier.
it, there's a need.
A traffic engineer would assist the city in evaluating it. In this discussion, Ms. Sanchez-Stevens, we said, rather than going straight to a warrant study, would a traffic engineer have other ideas that could be installed? So I was not suggesting that we go straight to a warrant study or a traffic engineering study, because in our discussion it was, are there other improvements that could be done short of going through a full warrant study?
Okay, so if $5,000 was approved, then that would give you mechanism to go answer this question, and you're going to come back with some kind of solution that's going to keep these kids safe.
Or the professional will advise council as to why a crosswalk or stop sign would not be warranted or justified there.
Then we spend $5,000.
No, it's up to $5,000. I'm not going to let them go do a whole study first. I'm going to ask them to give their professional opinion, bring that opinion to council, and based upon that opinion, we will make sure that that engineer provides options for council to consider. One of those options will be go do the full-blown warrant study.
Yeah, because, like, I'm just saying from my perspective, unlike yours, Julio, my perspective is you have to make it make sense. You have to make tax dollars being spent on smashed tamales make sense when you've got kids crossing a street to get to a school. Like,
So, for example, Mayor, I don't have the number of kids that live within 1 mile from Legacy Traditional School that may be walking. I think that's information council should have.
maybe 10, let's say, just 10 little baby Cibolo children
Right.
go to that school, and we give them a sidewalk to. They're 20 little baby Cibolo feet to go across the, but across the street. No, I meant a crosswalk, I'm sorry. Crosswalk across the street to safely get there. I mean, so
I just have a question. So how many kids makes it not worth it?
Oh, one?
No, I mean, none kids makes it not.
How many kids, like how many kids
So
wants
we're
a
talking about
crosswalk?
they need to get from this side of the street to that side of the street every day.
A smashed tamales.
But there's multiple uses. There's people, avid walkers in that community, so that's
Right,
another
yes.
way to get them
Oh, I
across the
totally
street.
get that.
Me too.
I
Like, I can definitely
I
see that being
totally get
utilized.
that, but I'm trying to make a point.
Yes.
Every single kid matters in those neighborhoods. So
Yes.
what is the study gonna tell us that we don't need to know when the fact is they always need to get across safely to go to school?
Well,
It will tell you where the safest place is to put that crosswalk to have people cross that street.
Okay, safest place.
But look across
I
our
would
city
say
too,
anywhere.
though.
as a road.
I mean, if you want to
Look
put it
at
on a
other
curvature,
crosswalks
I
in
know
our
sight
city.
distance is minimal. You have a lot of traffic that goes down Cibolo Valley Drive at a high rate of speed.
I
It's a
prefaced all
4,
of my
it's a 5 lane.
conversations about the smashed tamale component with you have to make it make sense,
Yes.
right? Like common sense, I would never expect that you or any of your crews were dumb enough to put it like in a blind curve. I mean, like, I just respect you guys way too much for that.
Well, Cove Lane and Cibolo Valley Drive is the blind curve.
Right, but she doesn't want it there, she wants it up.
That's where she had asked
It
for
was,
it.
right, it was where also the principal felt that they could put a staff
Oh, I see
person
what you're
right there.
saying.
We would
For
also want an
crossing guard.
agreement with the school district so that we could bind them on that obligation, right? Take a conversation and make it an agreement that they will allocate funds
Right there.
to have somebody there.
So the problem is, without an agreement with the school to man the crosswalk, we present a false sense of security to folks. Because with the no crosswalk, if I'm shooting across the road, I'm looking both ways the entire time to make sure I don't get hit. With some of these younger children, if you put a crosswalk there and there's no school guard to manage during coming into school and leaving school, it can present a false sense of security for them. So unless we have another mitigating factor to help get them across the street, the crosswalk itself is not going to solve the issue.
Should we close all other crosswalks that have a false sense of security, like the one at Silver Wing
The
and Cibolo
debate,
Valley Drive?
the debate about, I get what you're saying, but here's the reality. So if there's a crosswalk there, that big fat white line stripe, it isn't about the pedestrian, right? Because they always have the right of way. It's really about the driver that's hauling ass down CVD, right? Because they do, all right? And then they see that big wide white line and they're gonna be like, because they're gonna think it's associated with the stop sign. So the visual of the crosswalk needs to stay crisp and good because the big fat white line freaks them out. I don't know if you've ever had that happen to you. I'm not saying I speed or anything, but if I did, that might happen to me. So I could see the big fat white line isn't so much about the safety of the mentality of the pedestrian. It's because you're vulnerable, right? But it's more about the mindset of the hauling ass person on Cibolo Valley Drive that we need to see as the threat to these people and, to your point, the curve. So can we get a motion to maybe make the study and then come back and put this in place? Because if it comes back and we don't have a solution to cross these kids, yeah, I'm gonna be.
I've been waiting for 2 years.
2 years.
So I'd like
Okay.
to make a motion to evaluate, yeah, should I put that in the motion? Evaluate safe routes to
Yes.
school, including possible traffic control improvements or conducting a warrant study for the intersection of Cibolo Valley Drive and Cove Lane, and approval of funding up to $5,000.
Is it
I
too
have a
late to make
motion. Do I have a second?
a comment real quick?
Can I make a comment or kind of an,
Can I have a second and then we'll just have discussion? Can you make it?
yeah, I'd like to maybe amend it slightly.
Okay.
Yes, let's do it, but I would also like for us to be able to speak with Ms. Hernandez in Public Works, because she has vast knowledge of this particular issue. And so as we work with the study, she can also help us to look into how this will be affected right there. So that's just what I would like to.
Okay, can I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Thank you. I hope it, I'm gonna take this and put this on the mayor's follow-up and see if it's on the mayor's follow-up for another 2 years. I'm just saying, we got to get the crosswalk. Okay, 15C, discussion action on traffic control measures for Green Valley Road at Schlatter Intermediate School, Councilmember Sanchez Stevens.
This is something I also brought up back in, let's see, I believe it was 2020, was it last year? It was last year.
It was
okay, last year. Okay, beginning of last year. A lot's happened in 1 year. So I brought this up because there was also residents who were having a hard time because the lines on the road are not visible. Some are coming from Cibolo Valley Drive and going up towards Green Valley Road to make a left into the school. So we need to have visible darkened lines. The argument back last year was that we looked at candlesticks, that was denied. It sounded like the conversation was going to no, but then even the striping, to update the striping, sounded like it wasn't going to get support simply because the road is older. However, based on our CIP plan, this particular road is not going to get any improvements done until, was it 2028?
Yeah, the earliest we would have funding to start design would be 2028.
2028. So we're already a year behind of actually getting appropriate striping that is very much needed for traffic flow and direction. So I feel it is necessary to go ahead and apply this traffic control measure and have these stripes painted. I think we've waited long enough and residents are in dire need of it. We can hardly see where we need to even go into which lane to go straight, make a left, even as we're coming back to Cibolo Valley Drive. So if anyone is up for further discussion, or I'd like to make a motion to approve traffic control measures for Green Valley Road at Schlatter Intermediate School with striping.
Yeah, and so just to be clear, the reason we are bringing this to council is because we are changing the traffic pattern through there. So with this striping plan, we would be eliminating the left-hand turn from Green Valley Road into Schlatter Elementary. Currently, there is a turn lane there. The whole point of this is to eliminate that, to prevent cars from trying to turn, and they would have to actually go around to make those turns, to prevent the congestion right there.
All right. Well,
Which
thank
is a
you.
great improvement.
Yes.
And this is something that the streets department will be handling, correct? Or the striping, it's not going to be contracted out?
That is contracted out, yes.
Stripe it up.
It is contracted out.
Yes.
Stripe it up.
And I did include in your council memos the cost for those projects. It is in your council packets.
I think it's in the $17,000 to $18,000
Yes.
range. Yes.
16,575.
Thank you, Mayor.
Have there been any discussions with school officials at Schlother? Because I know that if you turn in from Green Valley, by Cibolo Valley, you can typically only go one direction for pickup and drop, or not necessarily pickup, excuse me, drop off. They only allow traffic flow one direction based on Cibolo Valley Drive if you enter that way, or if you enter off Green Valley. Which, as long as the school is going to allow people to be able to go either turn left in towards the front office or continue to go back around the gate, no matter which way they enter, because if we're preventing that left-hand turn, which I'm okay with, they still need to be able to either go to the front office or go into the back for the pickup drop-off line.
Yeah, I think the reason when we brought this up initially was because there was a lot of bottleneck traffic right there at Cibolo Valley Drive and Green Valley, because that distance is so minimal to that entrance. And so we were trying to push traffic through to prevent that congestion from occurring.
That's correct. And I believe there was a sign that says right turns only into the
Yes.
school.
So we could contact the school and let them know that we are going to do that measure prior to us installing it.
I do have a motion on the floor. If I have a second, and Mr. Reed, could you maybe reach out to the school or have somebody from to ask the question that Mr. McLaughlin is talking about for the traffic flow?
Yes, I will ask Paige Maloney.
Thank you.
For traffic flow at that intersection off Green Valley Road. I'll do that tonight.
Awesome. I need a second.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Okay. 15D, updates from CRWA meeting, Councilwoman Roberts.
Thank you, Mayor. So the meeting that we were supposed to have on the 13th of April was postponed until April 20th, when we all decided to start trying to drown. So it did turn into a Teams meeting that did not last very long, because there were some individuals that were actually at the CRWA office, and they were trying to get them home before it got incredibly dark out there. But for the most part, what was discussed was what the construction committee is working on, and making some corrections to the Hayes Caldwell plant, especially in regards to the wind direction, because there is chlorine gas that is used at that plant, and so they need to make sure that it's properly handled. The Board of Managers is working on the operation of the plants itself as well. We had a credit card policy that was approved and added to our employee handbook, because there was not one previously. CRWA is working very hard to try to get their policies up to date, because there was a lot that are lacking. There was also discussion regarding the budget, and making it a hard close, because there is some discrepancies in some of the numbers that like we could get like one or two different versions of a budget, and then all of a sudden we get an updated one because an invoice came in and they just change it. So we're asking for a hard close to be applied at this point, to make sure that everybody has proper numbers to be looking at. Nick Sherman was appointed as the CRWA rep for Alliance Water. Then we did go into executive session to discuss some issues that I can't really talk about at this particular moment, but as soon as they are finalized, I will certainly let everybody know about that. Then, like I said earlier, the meeting was asked to be adjourned. We came out of this executive session, meeting was asked to be adjourned due to the weather and everybody being able to get home safely. They were thinking of holding an additional meeting tomorrow, the 29th, but they were not able to get enough entities to be available at the time they needed them available. That is all that happened. It wasn't a very exciting meeting due to the weather that was going on. So we didn't get to address everything that was on the agenda itself.
Well, thank you. Okay, we have, moving to 15E, discussion from council members that have attended seminars, events, or meetings. Do you want to start, Summer? I know, I flipped it.
So over the past several weeks, I've had the privilege of actively serving and engaging across the community in the region. I attended the Floresville TML Summit and participated alongside Mayor Latimer and city leadership in discussions centered around JBSA partnership and strengthening regional collaboration across the board. I also joined fellow leaders and business partners at the Chamber Luncheon, where we continue to build relationships and support economic growth within our city and keep our business community connected and thriving. I was honored to attend the Police Awards Banquet and the Volunteer Appreciation Banquet, celebrating the dedication of our officers and volunteers who truly meaningful and remain deeply grateful for their service they provide every day and keep our community safe. Most recently, I supported the Cibolo Coin Challenge fundraiser hosted by Crust Pizza, where I brought my family to participate and drop my receipt in the box. It was a great opportunity to connect with the residents while contributing to the cause that recognizes service and commitment within our city. It continues to be an honor to serve, listen, and stay engaged with the people and partnerships that make our community strong.
So on April 17th, I was also at the Region 7 TML meeting that was held in Floresville, and I was appointed as the secretary of the region for a one-year term. On the 18th, I did attend the disc golf at Slaughter Park, as well as the plant sale that was going on at PD Garden. The 14th, I skipped a date, sorry, April the 14th, we had the CRWA budget meeting. Then April 20th, we had the CRWA meeting that was held again as teams that I just discussed. April 23rd, what did I do? Oh, attended the police award banquet at the community center, and then on the 24th, attended the volunteer dinner that was here in, to recognize all the committees and volunteers throughout the city. Thank you.
So earlier this month, because I missed the last one, I'm just going to be brief. Texas Policy Summit. Also attended the Chamber Luncheon, went to the ACOG Board meeting, also attended the Cibolo Police Banquet, and also our Volunteers Police Banquet, and also attended an interesting taxpayer budget advocacy workshop, which was quite interesting. That's all.
I went to a bunch of meetings. And I went to the Chamber Luncheon, which was awesome because we got to see a lot of the nonprofits. And then I got to go to the Jordan Pro Elite BRE, Business Retention and Expansion meeting. And then we went to the NEP Mayor's Dinner, and we talked a lot about the upcoming air show, which I'm super stoked about. We went to the Police Banquet Event Center and ate some good grub and got to see our policemen honored. Then we did the Volunteers Banquet, which was awesome and had pretty flowers. And I got to wear my special sparkly apron and thank all the people that contribute so much to our community. We went to a number of ribbon cuttings, and one of them was with a live band. It was freaking awesome. And then, let's see. So basically, that's it. I had a lot of fun.
Okay. I had a TML AI training that I participated in, and then I also did a TML economic development training. I also attended the TML Region 7 business meeting. I helped out at Cibolo Shred Day, which was extremely busy, one of the busiest that I was told, like, since we've had Shred Days. So thank you to everyone who was there helping. Went to the Cibolo PD Awards Banquet, so congratulations to everyone that was recognized that evening. It was really nice to see and hear the nominations, what people had written about each other, and then also helped out at the Cibolo Volunteer Appreciation Dinner. Thank you to all the volunteers. It was really nice to just show them some appreciation for all the work they do. I was one of the judges for the second annual car show, so thanks for those who put it on and brought cars. It was really fun going around asking questions and looking at them. I attended the Windmill Event Center ribbon cutting, and then I also supported the Crust Pizza Spirit Night for the Cibolo Coin Scholarship.
Mayor, I'm disappointed in you. You attended our fiesta reception, and you didn't mention it.
And I got medals. Oh my God, I got the best medals. They were so amazing.
So on April 15th, we held our annual AETC Fiesta reception. Mayor Latimer was in attendance, along with a couple other mayors. But it was great to network with a lot of those PMOs there. I talked to King Antonio for probably about 30 minutes about investing in Cibolo, so we'll see how that goes. And then I did the pilgrimage at the Alamo. The river parade was canceled, but we were working to get a lot of those Purple Up kids the VIP access to the IBC Center that was sponsored. But unfortunately, weather happened. And then, so you did the Battle of Flowers Parade, the Fiesta Flambeau Parade, the All Veterans Memorial, Shred Day. Chief, thank you for the invitation for the Police Awards Banquet. It was great to hear the citations of those officers that, protect us day in and day out, so I appreciate that. The Volunteer Award Banquet, thank you, Ms. Chapman, for putting that on. It's great to recognize those folks that come in and don't even get the $100 check that we get, so, yeah, that's it.
All right. You know what happens next? The future agendas. Okey dokey. Discussion action on the review and confirmation of all upcoming special meetings and workshops and scheduling the time, date, and place of additional special meetings or workshops. Ms. Chapman.
I don't think you have any extra special meetings right now, but don't forget Friday is the
Touch a truck.
Do it.
Touch a truck.
Yes, the touch a truck. I blanked out for a second. And then this weekend, of course, is the air show, which you guys already have your wristbands for. So.
Yes. I'm super excited.
If anything comes up out of the norm, I will email you.
Okie dokie. And then?
I second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.